Alrighty. Looks like we're good. Okay, dokles. So, we are going to go into here. We are... Let me quickly make sure. Close that down. This here. Need to get this here to drop down. Yes, good. So, what we want to do is we want to set up a... like an oil refinery. So let's go for foundations. And first thing we want to do is set up the outer corners of these here. So oil rigs, whenever you see them, they always have very tall sort of supports. So we're going to build these like this. We're going to snap them into here. And we'll go up 5. So this here, we're getting 20 meters of height off of these. So 20 meters of height. And now what we want to do is we want to build out the rest of these bits. So we're going to need the foundations. So here's 5, 5, 5. So we're having to build them like this. They're going to be nice and tall, so they are. Oop, okay. That's not tall enough. Right, you are going to go up 5. You're going to go up 5. You will do the same. You went up too much, ironically. This here, build this up like this, and then we're taking that. So now we take these here, and we're going to default, default, and default. Now, do we have something that'll allow us to sort of bridge this gap? Because this outer corner, it's a quarter pipe thing. If we built something like this outer pipe, but the problem is we don't have those there. So, ooh. Yes. This is how we do it. So we'll build these out like this. Now, build mode, we're going to set you to vertical mode. So you, nope, wrong way. You, like this here. And we're going to extend you up 5. So you will go up like this. Now, down here, down to the bottom. Yep, you will go up 5 like this. And then we'll do the same over here. You go up 5. We'll take this here, and you are going to be, whoop, you are going to zip like this. So this here is our pillar. Let's go into the customizer, and we're going materials. We're swapping this to plain concrete. Right. So, grab all of those. Let's get them all sorted. Get the lot of that. Okay, that's everything there sorted. And then we go with these. So that's the concrete pillars. Right, so this here is going to be the concrete pillar. So this is foundation pillar. And you are going to be, let's do pillar like this. Let's do that there. You are going to be this, and we're going to set you into the directory for foundations. Foundation pillar. Now, so these here, yes, they all rise out perfectly fine. And what we want to do is we got to figure out how to build some of these here again. So this one will be the pillar. We need a version that is going to be sort of raised. It's going to be an access way, but we'll have lots of interior design to keep it nice and secure. So these here, dismantled a lot of them. All of this, break it all down. And now we want to try and keep the top level largely the same, so we can break that down. We're going to put in staircases that are going to lead up the way, but first let's do the architecture. We're going to do walls, and we're going to pop them just inside here, I guess. So you will zip up the way. Wait, hang on. Concrete foundation. Damn. So that one was not quite the same. Half nudge this. And bring it over like this. Okay, good. We'll build this up the way like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. And then we want to zip this up the way. So you'll go up 5. Half nudge. Now we build this up 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Half nudge. And zip this up 5. You're up 5. And now we can do this here. Zip you up 5. And we'll do the same thing to sort of go over like this. So these here, we can zip those 5. We've got those. Let's get these out of the way. So this here is going to be part of the thing. Right. What to do with this? Let's take these, and we're going to build these along like this. So we've got all of these, and we can move these across like this and pop this here. So this will be an access. You are there. You are going to go here. And now, what do we need for transportation? So a personnel elevator just requires steel and silica. That's all. That's fantastic. So we can take this here, and we can zip this up the way. No. I think this here, right, let's save this as a personnel access. Right, foundation access 4-way. So this here is the 4-way. Then we want to do 3-way version. Well, actually, no. Let's dismantle these because we need to set up the ascent, I guess. So this, okay, maybe we're not going to be able to with this. I think we got to clear this out, in fact. It's a 5-meter thing. Right, let's clear this. Foundation access. So, let's load offshore rig, foundation pillar. And you are going to be concrete. So here we go with those. Is this all sorted? I think so. Right. Let's check and make sure. Yes. Now, we want to load the foundation access 4-way. And we're going to clear the entire lot of this out. So let's get all of these walls destroyed. Every one we possibly can. Which is going to be... okay. Nearly all. So it turns out there's like 60 walls. These outer corners we don't want. So right, those are done like that. And now what we would like is... ooh. Maybe that's exactly right. So blueprints, let's dismantle this and this. This and this. Then we can set up the way up to it. So up here, let's go for transport, elevator personnel, and we want you going up this way. So this requires motors. Right, that's 20 meters. And now, walls. We're going to build these walls out and down. So that's 6 of those. We want to go up 6 here. Too many, but still, what odds? And up this here way. So there is 6. Up 6. Keep doing the same thing here. You're up like that. Okay, there's 6. Another bunch of those. Another bunch of those. Get all of these up the ways. And these will be part of our access points. So there's 6. Over here, you're going to go up 6. You're up 6. And then you do the same. So now, we can zoom up to here. And go across like this. You're a 1-meter foundation. So you are there. That's fine. 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 And fine. Now, these here rooms, we want them to be 2 meters. Or like, no, 8 meters tall. Zip this across like this. You'll go like this. You do that. And then you do this. So this is going to be a corner access. let's dismantle this, 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 and this. So these here all get dismantled. We can grab these and walls. So we want the concrete ones, which are going to be the what type? Reinforced window? Let's do the reinforced windows here. Because we want it to stick with the industrial theme. So fly up the way here. There and there. There and there. And now we'll just take these and we can move these across here. So this way, 5 meters, or not, 20 meters up like that. This will be the same. So this is 20 meters. It's not powered, so we can't actually do anything with it. But what we can do is walls. Let's build a center door hole here. And then we'll do the same thing here. Lovely. Just realized something. Let's quickly check on... Lumia stream is not even running. That was silly of me, wasn't it? Very silly. So, we're in here. This isn't powered, so it's not going to work like that, but still good. Right. So this is our access pillar. Foundation access two-way. And you are going to be elevator. Yep, so you'll be like this. You are a two-way. Let's pop these 3 out and these 3. We can turn this into a 3-way. So grab that, plunk you down there, you down there. You and you. You. And you. So this will be a 3-way access. Foundation access 3-way. Now, since we've got loads and loads and loads of concrete, and we've got a couple of things going, right, let's quickly grab some. Do we have cooling units? We've got 106 of those. We need more of those to go in with the turbo computers. Right, so that there, we've got 4 rubber left over. Let's turn you back into OC supercomputers. We'll load 100 of those, and then we want radio control units. We've got 43 of those, damn it. What about radio control units? I can't mass produce them with that. It's gonna have to happen from in here. Right, let's look at what do we need for it. Heatsink, silicon connectors, and quartz crystals. So let's go for the high-speed connectors. We can get 300 of these, and that'll be 300 units. So that is 300 loaded into there. We need 600 heat sinks. So, right, you grab this and this. Over to here. There's 1 and 2. Right, that's those. Sync time. Okay, that's another 2 of those. More to sync. Hang on, how much is that? So we've got 100. Okay, yeah, we do need these other 2. So you and then that. Now, we need crystals. Quartz crystals. We've got a few hundred of those. Wait. Can't go from there. Let's upload those, that, stators, and computers. So now, quartz crystals. Okay, we've got 1,000 there. Gonna have to wait a little bit before we have that. So this is gonna produce 18.75 per minute. While it's producing all of those, let's look at automated wiring. So we need 100 stators and 2,000 cables. 100 and then 2,000 cables over here. Let's grab that. So that gave us how many? 1,400. 1,600, 1,800, and 2,000. This is going to mass produce those. Now, what is there queued up here? So we're actually maxed out on AI limiters. We can't do anything more with those. Which is certainly a sentence. Didn't expect us to be completely chock-a-block with those. But here we are. So this here, you're going to produce 200 automated wiring. And then we can take this. So automated wiring and the heat sinks. All of those will do their thing. And AI limiter, get rid of those. So we want to go and start building up foundations for our oil rig. We're going to replace those frame ones because we want it to be concrete foundation. So the floor is concrete. We're going to use a lot of concrete to make this thing. So right, dismantle that, this, and this. Now you here, foundation pillar. And we want you to go here. So right, that'll be fine. We'll build this. Now we can do 1, 2, 3. So we want pillars every 3. Oh, damn it. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. So these here we gotta get rid of. And then we want another one here. So then, can I get 4 before I'm on that island? There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think so. So this here way, we've got, there's 1, 2, 3 gap. And then we should have 1, 2, 3 we can dismantle here. So, let's do the same thing here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These here we can dismantle just to clear the space. And then we go 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, this way, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we can have a framework that goes 11 out. And 11 is going to be very specific. Right, destroy those. Get rid of them. Okay, concrete, come on. We're using up so much concrete. This here, let's pop this down there. And now we're good. So there's 1, 2, 3, and now. Whoop, nope. Don't dismantle that one. So this here, there we go. This will be our basic foundation. And then from that, we want to have a few things that rise up a little bit more. So right, there's 1, 2, 3. Fine here, and then this here. So, these pillars are part of our basic foundation. We also want to set up walkways between them, because these here, let's go to our blueprints and see what the foundation access looks like. Yeah, not ideal. So, ooh, okay, we're missing one. There's 1, 2. Damn it, the concrete production is slowed way, way down. Got this here, right, 763, lovely. Go to here, dismantle this, build the next one there, and we're good. So, these here, should we maybe build it up more? I think we will do just that. But in order to do that, we're going to want to connect this here over to a wet concrete producer, which we're going to set up in a leg over this way. So there is that. You are then going to, whoop, you're connecting there, and you're going to run all the way over to here. And now, whoop, that was stupid of me. You'll go to here. So, destroy that, and this. Are you a pure node? You're just a normal node. Okay, that's unfortunate. But, not undoable. Let's break this down. And then we gotta set up a couple of things. So, let's go for production. And we want some, let's get foundations set up. Let's zip these along, and we're going to do 5 by 5, and then have these run 5 and 5. Production time, let's go into our refineries. Now, we need stuff to go in from this side. And what do you need for wet concrete? So you'll use 120 per minute to make 80 per minute. That's terrible. Because this here we can only really set up to do, right, 240 per minute. We could do that as 260 per minute. So maybe let's take you and run you around to here, straight mode. So you're going into here. And then let's get you set up to go in here. So this is how much? How much are you producing? Well, let's output that. So you're 120. But, oh no. Oh, damn it.
An ad break has started on Twitch.
Well, that's unfortunate. It does that thing sometimes where it will freeze the input and you get stuck. Like having to look at the thing. So, I'm trying to think what we should do for certain bits. Silica is going to be important. So if silica is important, let's just load the autosave that there was. That's good. I'm stripping the paint from some of my less good Warhammers. Some of the ones I'm not happy with how they were painted. And some of them are looking pretty okay right now. Right. This here is a no-go. So what I think we have to do is going to be a little bit irritating to have to build out, but it'll be good once it is. So let's bounce over to here and keep bouncing up this way. Lovely. Stinger. Ah, so we didn't take out a stinger. Instead, a fluffy-tailed hog appears to have done just that. Now, this here concrete thing, we're not producing nearly as much as we want. We're going to go up this way and get ready for it. So this is all steel going down the way. Should we take the truck? Yeah, let's take the truck. That's what we're going to do first. So that way we can output on our entire inventory from a truck station all the way into there. So up this here way. Just keep bouncing, flying, and sliding along. Now we've got this here. Whoop. To this. And now we'll drive. Wait. Clear some inventory space. We want to get rid of some of those. Okay, we can't do anything with any more of this. Heavy modular frame, you're full up. We're full up on those. Cooling unit. Let's go for those. Motors. Cables. That. No. Is that us? Okay, good. Let's take the truck here. Reversing is not great on these things. Now then, let's take this and we're driving it over this way. Now, limestone. We do have a pure node up here actually. So if we've got a pure node up here, that's capable of producing 600 per minute. Unless we get a tier 3, in which case that's 1200 per minute. So this pure node, let's check and see. Miner Mark II. Lovely. That's going to be 600 per minute that can produce. And we're going to take the silica from there. So that 600 per minute would be 400 per minute. Or, if we had wet concrete, and we were running that there with water extractors, we could do 1200 per minute. 1200 per minute going into 800 concrete per minute, which is a lot. Unless we take these here and we'll output them. So, drive on through. Hope to God we don't end up getting stuck on anything. Even though I've tried to clean this out a little bit, there's still a lot of debris. So maybe all the stuff in here should be fed out via monorail. Okay, nope. There we go, right. Going up this way. We've got all of these. So this should be the max amount. Load cargo into truck. And now we can take this here. We'll offload into the bit up there. And coal is going to be our fuel. So over this here way. Keep on going. Whoop. Whoopsie-daisy on that one. Okay, come on now. We're going up here. Please work. Lovely. And now. Good, we made it out. We've still got 26 coal in the fuel for this. And let's, using this, take it all the way over here. Whoop. Up this hill. And then we're going to try to, maybe we summer sloop this concrete. Maybe that's what we do. So, unload cargo from truck. This is going to be copious amounts of silica. Batteries. Right, let's try this here. So you're producing 10 per minute. No, you're not. So you are going to be 150. 150. So right, this here is 500 concrete per minute, using 37.5 silica per minute. So since that's done like that, we can go ahead and shrink this down. So you're going to do 360 per minute. No, you're not. You're just going to do 300 per minute. So that'll load out like that, and we're fine there. This will do all of its little things. Let's get that out of the inventory. Stators, we can upload those. We can also get rid of some rotors. We've got tons of concrete. So let's try and do some construction. Now, down here, we've got, so if we built more of those, like those 9 pillars that would allow us to have 40 meters height. 40 meters of height, that's a lot for some of those things. So this here, let's keep on going. Bounce like this. And now, right, we want these here to be, there we go. And we do want it to be like this, because oil rigs are meant to be massive. So, let's make them massive. That's another one. Jump and slide over to here. Do this one onto here. Pop this here. And then we build this here. So that we're fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, these here, we can dismantle these. So, we need more concrete for that. We're also going to need more steel beams and everything, because we need a crude oil storage depot. And the crude oil storage depot is going to be 5-meter height. So let's set that up. Right, no hard drive searching there. Right, that's our access way. We don't care about that. I also don't know why we keep flying back over this way. We're clearing this out. Let's grab some of these things. Concrete, we'll just take as many of those as we can. Computer, we can't really do anything with. Explosive rebar, rifle ammo, steel pipes. Nope, can't do anything with steel pipes. We gotta not be constructing it there. We gotta go and set up our blueprint designer to be way, way closer. And we have one that is way, way closer. So let's go set it up. Fly over like this here, and bounce, we're good. Up this here way. And bounce. Launch like this. And like this. So that is, let's build that up like that. Now, we want, so the crude oil is going to get stored there. Pumped from there and stored onto there. Over this way, and that blueprint designer needs cleared out so that we can set up our other one. Right, you here. What have you got? Let's clear this. Okay, good. Right, dismantle this. Dismantle crate. Yep, I thought so. We'll get those cleared out of our way, I guess. So that we can go over here and build this out. So this is going to use this crude extractor platform to build up fuel production. So logistics, nope. Special, here we go. Blueprint designer Mark II. So let's set this here. Now. Foundation, no. Architecture? Yes. So let's do glass frame foundations. And these here, we're going to zip 5 across. Oh no, hang on. We want these here to all be facing the same way. So, let's go like this. You go like this. Oop, nope. You will go like this. And then you will go like this. Now, for this, we want organization, industrial fluid buffers. So, trying to think, how do we get this to run how we want it to? You are, if we place you here, right, that's right on the edge. Let's place you there, and then can I place... Okay, so I can do 2 like that. Right, 1, 2... 3, and then 4. So you're good like that. Let's go ahead and grab this. Now, for this, we want logistics, and we have 2 pipeline supports that are going to go in here. So we want these 2, 1 here, and 1 here. Now we do a pipeline Mark II, and you will go straight like this. Okay, so if you go straight like this, and then, ooh, okay, hang on. Let's look at this here, horizontal to vertical. No, maybe this here, you're gonna have to go like here, maybe? So if you go like that, there, and you go there, let's dismantle this. Okay, that was stupid of me. So you aren't gonna go to there, you're gonna go to there. Now, this here way, pipeline Mark II. You feed in like this, and you feed in like this. You will both feed out to those. And then that is your output. So, this way, we have crude oil that pumps into those. And we want to set up stackable pipelines here that will be our output, maybe. So you there and there. Let's go for here and here. Now we want pipeline T junction. Wow, this is unfortunate. Okay, so maybe instead of a T-junction there, what we need is just a plain old support here. Plain old support here. This will allow us... Will it? No, it won't apparently. So let's dismantle these. And I guess we have to build our things in the first place. So, pipeline junction. We've got that like this, which is not what we wanted really. Right, we're going to do pipeline Mark II. And you'll be a pipeline Mark II. You are then going to go horizontal to vertical there. Horizontal to vertical. You'll go like this. You go like this. And then both of you are going to go around to here. In a straightaway. So this will feed in. And it will provide crude oil. So this will be our fluid buffer underfloor. You are going to be Flue for fluid buffer. And you're going to be this. No. Let's go for the offshore foundations, I guess. So we've got that set like that. Now, blueprints, let's go into this offshore rig, and we want the fluid buffer. So this here way will feed in like that. These are then going to go up to a refinery. So this will be an underfloor refinery, not underfloor, but will lead up to a refinery. But hang on. I'm going to just quickly set this to the be right back screen. I'll be back in uno momentito. 1 second, folks.
From Alexa app. I am pooping.
Just like you should now. Alrighty. There we go. We are back. Backaroo. Backaroony. And we're able to resume. So, this here, we've got this set up as our fluid floor. And okay. So these outer floors, I think we're going to have to do some kind of design work on. Right, so that is fine as an outer floor. That could feed into somewhere on the upper floor, maybe. So that's our storage area for crude oil. Now, over to here. Blueprint designer, clear this. And we want this to be... Maybe we set this as... So, offshore rig. Nope. Hang on, we're not going to do that. What we need to do is build this out first. So... Up here. Ooh. I just had an idea. If we load the foundation pillar, this here, we can do a foundation pillar cap. Yes. Can't we? No, wait, no. Never mind. Maybe we just remove these here little bits. The outer corner extensions. They kind of disrupt the motif. Pardon? Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Okay. Right, build that there. Build this here. And there we go. So, we can get these assembled easier. We're just going to do this here just to clean it up a little bit. So there's that one there. Those two sorted. That right there is fine. Right, so this here, build that there. Do the same thing here. Dismantle. Oop, nope. Right. So those are connected like that. So now what do we do for our underfloor? We should look at refinery stuff. So this here area I think is going to be our basic production area, I guess. So we'll set up a floor, and the floor will be a refinery floor. So over this here way, right? Foundation pillar, no. This is going to be foundations. And we want this to be a grip metal floor. And we're going to zoop this like this. Just so we've got a nice clear little way like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just realized we're still on the wrong screen. Pop this over to here. And whoop, you are going to go over to here. So these are now symmetrical. We're going to call this the floor empty. Right, floor empty. You're just going to be foundation. You will be where? What one do we use? This, I think. Set this foundation floor like that. Offshore rig, foundation floor empty. Now, we also want to set up a viewing floor, maybe. So these viewing floors will have architecture, and we're going to set industrial railings that run along the outside of these. So this here way, it'll let us look down to see anything that may be lying underneath. So this here, instead of floor empty, you're a floor viewing. Right. Save this here. Come on. Now, we're going to load the floor empty. And from this floor empty, let's set up some production. So, we want refineries going out like this. Now, we want to have, if we move you in one, so you are in two like that. So, yep, you're fine there. So this here, we can have 3 of these on a 5x5. We need more motors. It's time to go set up production of motors. We're going to need crystal oscillators. So let's go get a bunch of those. Now this is going to produce heavy oil residue, and those heavy oil residues are then going to produce more fuel. So we can set this up as a refinery pretty early, but have it be able to help us out. Now, diluted fuel is a question of whether or not we're going to use that to make something like the turbo blend fuel. So that's parts like right now. This here, so let's have a look-see. Superstate computer, no more rewards available. Okay. Turbo blend fuel. You produce, right, 22.5 per minute. So, could we use that? Potentially. Blended fuel. Or no, diluted fuel is it you call it? I think it is diluted fuel. So that there, 1 heavy oil residue and 2 packaged water will produce 2 packaged fuel. Diluted fuel, this here is just 50 and 100 to produce 100 per minute. So we could blend those maybe. Or no. We're gonna do our best to make just a plain old thing. Right. Where is this? You're good on that. And you know what? We don't need more of those right now. So let's upload these. Concrete can go up into the inventory. No, it can't. Quartz is a no. Right, this here and this. So, we need ore. We need oscillator specifically. 100 crystal oscillators. And the heat sinks, I guess we'll upload those. Check those. Right, now let's look at rigger motor. And we want 100 of those. 300 rotors. 300 of those. And then we need 300 stators. So these here, 300 stators. And this is going to produce 37.5 per minute of those. Now that's a lot of radio control units, but we don't have a use for them as of yet. I take that back. We kinda do. We could make loads of OC supercomputers, but not just yet. So over this here way. You are producing motors. We're just gonna get this to go over to here. Taking these 12. So right, we've got 24 there. This will allow us to build up our thing on this side. So, you go to here, jump and fly, keep on bouncing, flying, doing all of this nonsense. And then we can set up the oil rig stuff up there. So we've got one logistics floor, which is going to be that. We can set up the viewing floor above that. Now, this refinery here. Okay, good. Right, we've got those. Let's dismantle this. And we want to set this up where here. So if we're in one, okay, yep, to that. Now we can go in one. Wait, hang on. In one like that. Can we fit 4 of these side by side? Not if they're indented in any way. They gotta be right snug against the edge. So, make sure this is central. It is. Lovely stuff. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so these here we want hooked up. So logistics, we're going to set up floor holes for these here, even though we won't need them. So these floor holes go here, 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 and here. We want these outputting here, 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 and here. So this here, let's get the outputs, reverse this, and we want you there, 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 and there. These here ones, we want you going to feed up, 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 and up. Now, we want a pipeline floor hole. So we can do there, there. Oop, nope. Here, and here. Those will all do their bits there. And then we have this go out like this. So this here way. Now, we want to go pipeline, horizontal to vertical. You will feed out like this. And these will feed in like this. So, you go there, you go there, and now we can hook these all up together. Are they all? Yes, they are. And this here will be our refinery floor. So, that's that part done fine. These, what would you use? If you were making fuel, you'd use 60 per minute to make that. Or we could have this be residual fuel. So that would use 60 per minute. Turbo heavy fuel, or 37.5, then 4 compacted. Petroleum coke, heavy oil residue. You would use 3 to make 4, so that will increase our overall output. I think that's one of the first things we're going to do, is we're going to set up a refinery floor. That refinery floor is going to then be in charge of producing fuel. That fuel will then go into the power plant floor. So up this here way. Why am I going like that? Oh wait, I know why. Because the motors are over here. I used to have a brain. Back in the days. Less so now. Right, bounce, jump, slide, fly, all of this. Landed here. You can take these. Lovely. And we'll set up our refinery floor to go on to there. So this way, go up like this. Now, blueprints, refinery floor. Let's set this up. Whoop. Okay, so now you go here. Yes. So you'll go here like this. And now we want the crude oil to go into there. And then from that crude oil, let's feed this up the ways. So maybe this logistics floor needs to have something go above it. I think the fluid buffer floor does need to. So if we take this here. Yeah. This fluid buffer floor is pointless like that. So let's go and improve it. Oh god, please don't be in the water. It's in the water. Damn it. So over there, we'll have all of these feed out to this one floor. Right. So first things first, you are going to be buildings. Ref for refinery. Load, offshore rig, fluid buffer. Now you need to be 5 tall. Architecture. So let's do frame wall here. Let's have you go up 5. Up 5. Here and up 5. Then we'll have this go up 5 here. So you go up 5. This will be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder, can we build a refinery on top of this? Could we have this do its thing? Right, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now, we'll take this here. Architecture. Nope. Walls. We want a foundation. So we want this foundation here. So if we did a 2-meter foundation here, and had it go across like this, can we build refineries? Oop, nope. Do this and do this. I think it's going to be... It's not going to be tall enough for a refinery. So production, let's build a refinery. Damn. Yeah, not going to be tall enough. Which is unfortunate. But at least we can fix up how the pipelines were working. Right, that's those dismantled. These here, we can dismantle. No. This will connect from here to here. You will connect from here to here. You are going to have a junction that feeds like this. You will have a junction that feeds like this. Both of these will then feed from here down into here. What if we go for, is there a way to get this to do? So you are straight up like that, and you are straight up like that. I just realized something. Not ideal. Because we don't want T-junctions there. We want proper junctions. Each pipe has a max throughput of 600. So if we connect these together like this, this junction turns it into a 1200 throughput. And let's go for logistics and a pipeline T-junction. What if we build stackable pipeline here? Now, this here. Nope, won't let me do that. So, let's try and place a floor hole. Can I make them go up or something? Really? Really? Well, alright then. So I can have this go up like this somehow and lead over to here. Just what the hell? That is incredibly confusing. Right, so these here, maybe if we zip these along there, zip you along there, zip you, and then zip you, we can now build pipeline wall supports. So, from these wall supports, oop, nope, we don't want it levitating like that. So let's do that. And this. Whoop. That and that together. And now, we can have these go right junction. So let's try these here. Over and above this. So if we land on that, and then on this, now we go to here, And we will build a junction. So maybe you connecting down to here, maybe? Right. This is so confusing to me now. So let's take this, and we're going to do a pipeline junction, or pipeline here. So let's do horizontal to vertical. Interesting shape there. But you could go horizontal to vertical. Right, if you did this, you could go to there, but you won't. Let's have you go like this. You will then go like this. And this will be our output. Will it? I don't quite know. I think it is. I think this is our output now. So if we take that out there, let's go for stackable pipeline. So let's do here and here, and those are our supports for that. So this here, fluid buffer. Now we can try and set that up to go along there. Whoop. Fluid buffer. We can take this here. Right, fluid buffer like this. Nope. So let's load this here. And you're going up the way, right? Okay, so this will go there. Now, we can take this pipeline and we can feed this up the way here. So, okay, this might just work after all. You're going to go to there. Nope. You are going to go to there. Now, we want to make you pipeline T junction. You're going to be a pipeline T junction that is going to feed out to this. So you will, no, hang on. You will feed, no. You're going to be a straight connection. Why are you being so discouraging? Invalid pipe shape. It's not a bloody invalid pipe shape. Right, this here. What if we, hang on. Encroaching another. So wait, we can't, oh wait, curve straight. So if we took you and we made you go over to there, we can't, apparently. Let's go for a pipe junction here. And a pipe junction here. So that will be this here. You are going to hook into this. You'll hook into this. You are going to feed around to this, and you're going to be horizontal to vertical. You will be horizontal to vertical. Horizontal to vertical, and you are horizontal to vertical. So, this now has the ability, let's put in a pipeline pump Mark II. So we're placing this here. And you will be powered from this here bit here. Apparently. Now, this will then connect up to the ways. Up here. We can fly up this way. This is now capable of producing fuel, right? So fuel. 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 And fuel. There we go. So this here, we can build a viewing floor, I guess. Right. Over this way we go, and we need to look at... Wait. Hang on. Let's fly over this way. Okay, we're missing copper sheets apparently now. Not ideal. All of these would be feeding out. Let's take blueprints, offshore rig, fuel power station. And over here, we're missing copper sheets. Still hate that. So bounce to here. We've got this going on now. And we'll set this up. So we need to put in as well. We need to put in a summer slip thing. No, a dimensional depot thing for our copper sheets. So fly along with this. And over to here. We're going to take this dimensional depot uploader, and we're placing you here. So that is getting uploaded like that. We'll do the same thing here. Lovely. And over here. That's the same thing there. So, we'll take 800 of these. Try and upload 400 of them. But crucially, over this here way, let's keep bouncing and flying. We do also need to get that dismantle crate, which is going to be under the water, isn't it? It is. It is going to be under the water. Fudging heck. Time to see. Not too far, though. Right, iron plates. I can work with that. So, this here, you're going to produce fuel. You're going to use 240 and you're going to make 160 fuel per minute. So this here, ooh, hang on. I'm being called, I believe. Radio. Had to provide some assistance there. Okay, so this here, let's build a fluid buffer floor. So this is going to produce those, which will output. And then we want that to then go over to here. So, well, there's our achievement for pipelines.
Achievement unlocked. Time to clip that.
So, lovely stuff there. Now, refinery floor. Let's do blueprint auto connect. And we want to go, right, so this goes up the ways. And this goes across the ways like this. Those pipes, I think we're going to have to rejig how we've got the logistics running for them. Because these here pipes up here, we're going to dismantle these here. And instead, we're going to have it go out this way. So an ad break has just started, apparently. Who knew? Right, that's a stackable pipeline support, but we want a pipeline wall support. And we are going to set up a few of these. So, we're going to have you here. Right, these pipes will then lead out across here. And they're going to be stacked, 2 of them, like this. So, one of you, is going out to this one, and you are going to be a straight connection. So you will go across like this. Horizontal to vertical, maybe? Let's do that. And then this one, possibly... Okay, that's not great either. Hang on. I'm going to be back in 1 wee second. While the ad break is running.
The ad break is over.
Alrighty then. We are back again. Few things going on about the house to take care of. Right. I think this logistic floor is not working how we want it to. So I think we have some work to do. We're going to dismantle those. Whoop. And whoop. Dismantle that. Now, those are done. Let us set up a different version of this. This logistic floor, right, that power plant floor, I think is fine. Let's dismantle these here. And now we want logistics. Let's do pipeline junction here. Build that out there. You are going to connect into here, and you'll connect into here. Right. So I think the problem is we're trying to set it up to go underfloor. Let's fix the underfloor thing and stop doing that. This logistics bit, no. So, we'll dismantle all of these pipelines. Then we set it to the conveyor lifts. That's taken care of. Now, we do the floor holes. And then we'll do the same thing over here for the conveyor floor holes. So this way, that's that bit taken care of. So those are now linked in. Logistics, let's look at pipeline support. Place these here. There and there. Now we can just do nice little clean pipeline Mark II into each of these. So this way, whoop, you connect to there, you into here, you will go into here, you'll go into here. For this, what we want is a pipeline thing, maybe. If we put one here, we put you up 4. So right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lovely. 1, 2, 3, 4. And here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, these here, horizontal to vertical. Auto, noodle, horizontal to vertical. Okay, so this is not very nice looking. Well, it has to do the snake curve up the way. Although maybe it won't look so bad. No, we're going to dismantle those and these. And these. And this. So now, what we want is this here. Let's do pipeline Mark II. Horizontal to vertical. Horizontal to vertical. You go like that, and then you will go like this. Now, we want stackable pipelines. Now this here, you could be a merger. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do stackable conveyor poles. If we do that one there, and then swap you out for, let's do this, and then maybe stackable pipeline pole. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, it still looks okay like that. And up here, we'll do these two. You are now going to hook into this, this, and this. So, what we can do... Ooh, there's an idea, actually. Let's do you going out this way, and you will go this way. So, it's ambidextrous. Logistics, let's do a conveyor merger. Really? Hang on. Okay, that's not gonna work like that. Get rid of these here. So, oh no. This maybe, I guess we'll have like this. So you are gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna go up like that. You're going there. You two, and this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. Because that way we could do... No. We couldn't actually. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got those. That's there. And okay, you here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you, pipeline Mark II. You're connecting in like this. You go in like this. You go in like this. And this is our refinery floor. So here we go. Let's go to organization. Nope. Logistics. Stackable conveyor pole. And we want to place these right here. 2 of them. And 2 of them. And now over here, do the same thing. 1 and 2. And 1 and 2. So, this one goes over like this. As a Mark V, and you, on the other hand, you will go the inverse. So there's that. You are going this way. And then you go the reverse. And damn it. Okay, we're going to have to do stackable pipelines. It's got to be done. We just got to. So, whoopsie-daisies. Junctions, get rid of these. And now we're doing stackable pipeline. Here. And here. At least fluids are unidirectional. So you're like that, and you dismantle. Ooh boy. We only want those out of the way. So now, over here, pipeline Mark II. You will be a pipeline Mark II. T-junction. Okay, we can snap these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lovely. Got those taken care of. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So over this way, we're going to do splitters on this side. Oop, nope, not mergers, splitters. Really? Really? So let's go with this here. So let's put you as a conveyor lift Mark 5. Like this. Same thing here. Here. And here. Let's do this reversed up here. So you are going like those, then we go logistics, and we want conveyor splitters. Nope, you're going to be a conveyor merger. So, you will go that way, you will go that way, you will go that way, and you will go that way. Under here, you're gonna merge like that, you're gonna merge like that. You're going to merge like that, and then you're going to merge like that. So if we disconnect this, we've got you into, oh no. So that's probably the why that didn't work out. So this here, you're going in that way. Let's get you going in this way. Take this, and now. We want this going here. You go here, you go here, and then you'll go here. And, okay. It's split it properly. So now, we can dismantle these here. And then we just get to figure out which direction we want them all to go in each time. So this here will do conveyor splitter. So you go there. You go there. There and there. Lovely. There and there. And now there and there. So now we can dismantle all of these. And we get to take these pipelines across and down to here. You go like that. You will go like this. And you'll go like this. So the fluid has a little bit of extra way to travel. But with head lift and everything, it should still be fine. You're only going up like 6 meters, so that should be okay. So this here is our new refinery floor. Then we want to load our buffer floor. So this here is sorted. Now, stackable pipeline supports. We've got a lot of stuff to dismantle here. I got. So, all of this, all of the pipelines, we'll get rid of all of these here, except maybe these central ones. You know what? Yeah, we're going to get rid of all of the little things. So these here, we've got like this. Right, let's put some industrial fluid buffers in. And we're going to try to put these in on this side. So, got 1, and 2. So there's 1 and 2. Feed in. Nope. Hang on. 1 and 2 go in like that. And then 3 and 4 are going to go in from here. 3 and 4. So this way, okay, the ladders go up and over like that. Now we can go into here, logistics. We get a pipeline like that. Pipeline like that. And now we want 1 going like that to feed it out that way. And we'll have this pipeline go around to here. So each one, we will have to do a little bit of manual construction of the things, but this will be fine. So you feed in like this, and then if we want, we can feed you out to here. So that is 600 of this. Right. Fluid buffer. We've got this. And we're going to go set that up. How much inventory space have we got? Probably not a massive amount. So over to here, blueprints, and let's go for the fluid buffer. And we're setting up the blueprint to go this way. But we're going to require 2 of these because we've got 780 crude oil that's going to be getting fed through. So over here, let's take pipeline Mark II, and we're going to feed you straight away like this. You will go over to here. And then you're going to here. We'll set the same thing up on this one. So you are going around to where exactly? You go to here. So this second one, central. And then you will feed around to here, central. Now, these will also have to feed out the way. And both of them, you know something? That was pretty stupid of me. Right, let's dismantle all of these little bits. We have to go in from the side, so we do. Blueprints, fluid buffer, and the reason why, it's going to make sense in a second. Really, we still have the stacked pipelines like that. So this here way, let's see, these feed like this. Okay. And then we'll do, ooh, should we do another buffer like that? Do we have 2 of them be stacked like that, side by side? Maybe not. So you will feed in from, right, so this here. Let's build this like this, and it's working. So these buffers will, no, they won't. We're fucked. We're so fucked. So, those 3 just got dismantled there. Now, we can go ahead and set up our refinery floor. So these here, we're gonna auto-connect. So, yes. You go here. Right, you're going like this. And you'll go like this. So these are going to mass produce resources. All of this is going to be heavy oil residue, maybe? Heavy oil residue, which can go into residual fuel. So yeah, let's take these here. We're going to have 120. Oop. That's 180 to 40. And 360. Right, 360. So if we times that by 2, that's 720. So let's do exactly that. 720, and we're feeding the oil in from both ends there. So this here way, you are going to receive the oil from up here. Now this way, we want a plain floor. Or do we want a buffer floor? Maybe that's it. We want the crude oil arriving on a buffer floor. And the crude oil will land on this little section. So, we can clear this out. Foundations. And we'll do 5 by 5. So there we go. There's 5. Now, we do these 5. And these. And then these. So, all of this here, input-wise, let's go for stackable pipelines. We're going to have 3 of these here. Now, why would we want a stack of 3 of these pipes? Well, really, really simple. Because these 3 pipes are going to be part of our whole thing that we have. So in here, we want pipelines running all of these together. And organization. Can I build 3 of these in one space? 1, 2, and no. Just shy of 3. Which is very unfortunate. Okay, so let's do 1, 2. Right, let's pop you into here. And we can build this like this like this, and then we can build these here. So this will be our buffer floor. We want our pipelines going like this. So, pipeline T-junction. Do we lock this in here? Right, can't be nudged. Well, let's build you there. And we'll build you here, like that. Okay, so you are going to go horizontal to vertical. You will also go horizontal to vertical. These are connected like that. And now we can connect these down like this. So this is our new fluid buffer interface. Fluid buffer or fluid silo. Fluid silo, let's call it that. You are going to go into blueprints and we're going to put you there. Now fluid. You go like that, and you're going to load the preset, and there we go. So fluid silo, we can have go up like this. So, fluid buffer, no, we don't want that. What we want is a fluid silo. So up here, we've got this, lovely, and it's auto-connected. Sweet! Love to see that. So all of these things will feed into each other. We've got those running like that. And now, we can try to set up logistics. So, we want pipeline wall supports. And we want those going up like this. Can we do a stackable pipeline? No, we can't, not like that. So you will go like this. You're going here. Right. You are going to go like this. And you are going like this. So you go out like this. And you will go up like that. So those three are all going to feed up the ways. You are all going to go down here. Right, that's a little bit unfortunate actually. So I have to set this up to go a little bit of a different way. Right, dismantle these here. So these, right, they can't go out like that. Can I send them to be further out from the wall than just that one block? No, I can't. Budge. So that ain't ideal. Right, hang on. Let's take, whoop. You and you are both broken down now. And we want this resource well pressurizer to pump up to that. But how do we get it to do that? Those three, It's the irritating thing of these leading out like, ooh, idea. What if we do the pipelines here? There, there, and there. And then we'll go for, right, pipeline junction. Nope, apparently not worth doing anything there. So what if you came across to here? No. The buffer is just not going to work like that. So I think we just have to get rid of this part of the buffer and figure out how we do without it. So this here buffer is going to be fine. Right, you're feeding out like that. Let's save this as our buffer. Fluid silo. And this should hopefully allow us to set up our thing there. So, that's whoop. Destroy those. Now. Oop. Binary floor. No, we want fluid silo. And we're going to connect this to here. So, that is connected there. And let's run our pipeline wall support. That's going to go out the outside. No. Okay, so we kind of have to rely on being accurate here. Okay. So there's 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so those are like that. Now we can have these go down the way over to here. Let's try and aim central. If we go up like this, right, hang on. So that looks good. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that there and try and get it linked in beside these. So, right, are you? Yes. You're fine now. These here we can set up to go up here. So let's do pipelines. You are going to come up here. You. Why are you trying to do that? Let's do horizontal to vertical. You're like this. And then you will go to here. Okay, why are you... Right. Terrible. Horrifying. So this here, you're good. Now, we set up this. You're hooked up like that. And now you're hooked up like that. We have to set up a thing that's going to make it look cool. So let's go over to here. Right, Blueprint Designer. How would we make this look cool? So, what we're going to have is stackable pipelines. We want these here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we want these to go up like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then here, we'll do the same thing. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, this looks like that. Now we'll do foundations. We'll do a half asphalt foundation, maybe. Right, so you go like that. Or, walls. What if we do a basic wall here? No, we'll do basic wall here and here. So you're about 2 apart from each other. Right, that could be that. Now we want to do architecture. And we're going to do frame ramp, maybe? Do we do a... Yeah, let's do a double ramp. And we'll do this here. So you're going to go like, oop. that is this here. So, damn it, this is so much trickier to work with than I originally thought it was going to be. So this here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, right. So we'll do this up like this. And then we can get rid of these stackable pipeline supports. Get these out of the way. So double ramp. And double ramp, here we go. Double ramp like this. And then we want walls. We actually kind of don't want walls. Let's do foundations. Half foundation. And we want 2 of these. So, damn you for being like this. Half foundation, as I was saying. So this here, oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, you snap like this. Then we want 1 and 2 of those. 1 and 2 of those. We'll get the double ramps. So let's do the double ramp where? Double ramp 4 meter here. So we can set that up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we could do these here. No. I guess we'll just set these up here. You go here. And you'll go like this. Now we just do the foundation like this. Customizer, materials, and we want asphalt foundation. So these go up like this, and now we just do logistics, stackable pipeline. We want 1 in the center here, and we gotta put you down 1, so that these here don't look absolutely ridiculous when they're out of sync like that. Really? Hang on. Oh wait, okay. Right, we can just put it like that. Okay, so you are going to be a pipeline connector. Pipeline support, I guess. Pipeline support. There we go. And we're going to set this here up for the offshore rig. Transport. This here, buildings. Pipeline support. Let's do this. And we're going to do foundation primary. So we want these here to go, right, blueprints and pipeline support. We want this to be blueprint auto connect. So this could work like this if we blueprint it. Actually, I think it will. Okay, that's definitely not going to... let's dismantle this. Right. You are new. So I guess this here, we have to dismantle those. And this. Get those out of the way. And now, up here, we're going to have you go horizontal to vertical. Okay, good. You worked. Get you to do the same. And then you to do the same. copy this here, blueprint auto connect, and we want this to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. Hang on. You know something, actually? We're just going to not snap these. We're just going to build tons of them. So here is a bunch of ones. Right, there is that. Now, we'll just dismantle a whole pile of these. Wait, no we won't. This actually looks kind of cool. Like this. So now, we can build this. Oh god, where did that one go? You went there, right? Okay. Fine. You're going to be the blueprint auto connect. So let's go over like this. Right. Now we can put you up here. Let's destroy some of these plants. So this here, a little bit of deforestation never hurt anyone. And now, what we want is here. We could go up to, but I think we need to get this Caterium ore out of the way first. Okay, good. Right, so you've gone up to like that, and now we can go like this. So, this here way, let's go for production. Resource well extractor. So there's 1, 2, 3. Right, all of this is doing its thing. Now, this will all go, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Okay, so there's 6 of those. And there we go. Okay. So, this here, we want some of these to connect to each other. Now, we're going for logistics, and we're going for pipeline Mark II. You're going to go straight like that over this here way. Where have we some ones on the back end? Right, you are going to connect to this, and you will connect. No, wait, let's dismantle that. You will connect to here. You will connect to here. And now we can set these junctions up. So you'll go to here. You'll go to here. And then you'll go to here. So you are going into our center. Okay, right. Nope, not as a straightaway. You are going to go as... Well, you can go as a straight. This here, we can have you go out like this. And then we can have you go out like this. So you go into here. You are now producing a whole crap ton of crude oil. And now we can start to dismantle some of these here. So we'll go 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep, there we go. And now every 1, 2, 3. So now we hook these all together. And this will be our pipeline. So, pipeline straight, and pipeline straight. You are going to be curved. So you'll curve down like that. You do the same. And then you'll do the same. You go to here. You go to here. And then you'll go to here. Let's try and connect these in like this. Whoop. You're connected here and here. Whoop. Up like this. And now, here we go. So, everything has been set up like that. Now, we're going to need pipeline pump Mark II. So these here, let's set some of these up. You're going like that. And you'll go like this. So you connect to here, connects to here. And you will connect from here to here, I guess. So this is pumping up 60 meters, I think. Or is it 50? I'm not 100% sure. Let's see if it's enough. So, you are up here. And, right, let's see. You go from here as a straightaway into here. So you are going like that. Whoop, wrong one. You are going like that. You are going like that. And then you are going like that. Now, this here, we also want coming out from some of these here. These are linking out the ways. Do we maybe go for a junction here? Right, this is pumping the crude oil out. This here, no power. But is that as bad as we reckon? So if we put you here and connect that to that, this is now producing heavy oil residue. So we have production. Right, hang on. You connect to this. And then you will connect to this. So here we go. We've got all of that heavy oil residue being pumped out here. And then we're going to go for a refinery floor that goes in here, I suppose. So let's do blueprint auto connect. Right, this will be the way in. Okay, way in goes to there. All of this is getting set up as residual fuel. Now, this here, let's hook you into this. All of this residual fuel. And then we can go for fuel power station. We're missing encased industrial beams, which is a shame. All of this oil that we could be processing, but we're not able to. Maybe we process oil closer to the point where it's generated. All of this is doing its thing, producing all of that. And then we need encased industrial beams just to make certain aspects. Ooh, dismantle crate. Over to here, grab those. That was 40 industrial beams. So we can go up to here. We can grab this. And we can set this up. Right, so fluid silo. Nope, not rig foundation either. What we want is power. Wait, blueprints, fuel power station. Okay, so this here. Let's get this here, and whoop. Refinery floor. We want you going down to here. You're going horizontal to vertical like that. You are somehow filled with crude oil. I don't know how that's happened. But you should be producing fuel. Yes, you are. Oh wait, damn. Okay. So this here segment. Right, you're producing the crude oil. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's dismantle that connector. And you're on heavy oil residue. Wait, did we dismantle? We did dismantle the wrong one. So here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And we want to stop the connection here. Now, this here, we're going to go full pipe network, and we're going to flush this. So this, let's flush the crude oil. And try and get it emptied out. Now, you've got fuel in there. You've got fuel, and you've got fuel. What about you, my friend? You have also got fuel. So now, this here, you're not quite loading up as much as we want. But this will output 160 fuel per minute. This 160 fuel per minute is going into here. Down here, your fuel. Fuel, and right. This should now start to fill up. And lovely. It's going to take a little bit of time before we actually have the backlog completed. So, let's go for an empty floor. Empty floor. And we're going to place it here. Nope, we're not going to. We're going to do an empty floor over here, sorry. And this one, we're going to load an awesome sink into. So this way, we can take all of the outputs from over here. Right. Oh wait, we haven't even linked these out the ways. So let's get these going from here. Whoop. Not from there. From here, you will connect around to here, like that. And then what we want is for you to go along the top one. So, you're going on to the top one. Top one. Top one. All of this here. Right. Is this all the resin? Right, that's going out the ways, but hang on. We've got all of this leading out, but oh, that's why. You need to get hooked into the power network. So let's do that. You are going to output a whole pile. So we've got 20 per minute being produced there. And we are going to be sinking 12 times 240 polymer resin per minute. And over here, we've got these filling up. So, let's max these out at 625. We're using 100 per minute, but we've got a flow rate of 160 per minute. So we're good there. Now, this will be fine in the end. You know, I appreciate it's
The
ugly
outbreak
as
is
hell
over.
right now, but it is going to start to make sense. Our plan is to have lots more oil production happening via this. And that's our nice little pipeline network there. So yeah, maybe our pipeline network needs to be improved. It's a little bit bare bones, but over here we've got those producing all of that. Right, how much is this anyway? You're several hundred, like, crude oil. You're maxed out on those. And these are using, see, 60 per minute. 60 per minute. 240, and this is producing 12 times 80, 960. So we could quadruple all of this kind of stuff. Which would be pretty impressive if we did that. So maybe our refinery stuff needs to be placed on an ocean floor. What if we took the refinery floor and we placed it just on that first floor? Because that way we could then have our pipeline network going along there. We could run an external logistic floor along there. Little pipelines that just run under some walkways or something. Have them do that and feed through. You are... how much? Okay, so you're 360 per minute. We're going to max this out at the 900 per minute. And then we're going to jump up this ways. So, all of that happening. Crude oil. We're pumping out a hell of a lot of that. Let's head over this way. Back to where we were doing some manufacturing. So keep on bouncing. I'm going to take a quick little sip of my beverage. And how are my orcs looking? Paint's starting to slack off them, which is good. So we're going to have to run them a couple more times and everything, but it'll be fine and dandy once all of them have been sorted. Because they're part of my Age of Sigmar starter kit from the Dominion era. Or Dominion Edition, whatever you want to call it. So this here, we should have, what is that, 1200 motors here? Yes, it is. Let's upload these. Grab these here, and now let's look at some of this stuff. So, we've got this. What about turbo motors? We need motors, we need radio control units. We need, ooh, particle enrichment is tempting. Right, alternate radio connection unit. We're going to need those. What do we need for that there frame? Adaptive control units. So how do we make 208? To-do list, we're looking at 208, is it? No, 104. 104 of those. So over to this, 104. Now, we need 208 computers. We need 104 modular frames. Let's load those in, and we've got 104 in there. Good stuff. Adaptive control unit, lovely. Circuit boards, we need 520. So let's grab some of these. Circuit boards. So there's 500 and 20. So we should have, yep, we've got 80 left there. computers. Let's go to here. Computers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we've got that loaded up there. You have computers 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 208 of those in now. And then automated wiring. Automated wiring. We'll take the 220 of those that we've got. And we're going to try and output them from... Okay, so instead of you, you're going to come from you down into there. So this here, all the automated wiring. We need 300 more automated wiring. So if we need 300 more of those... Right, that is 150 stators. 100 of those we've got already. And then we'll get another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 2,000 wiring. Or no, 2,000 cable. Load all that in. Now, we need stators. Right, this is doing its thing. You're going to produce loads of those. Right, let's quickly go to here. We'll take those supercomputers. Do we have anything that uses... Yeah, we can take this here. So let's grab all of those. And now the motor side of things. Let's grab all of those. Try to get them uploaded. And now those. So this here, motor, is it used in anything? It does not appear to be. So, crap. Okay, so let's try and upload that. Now, into here. Swap that out. Right, you here. You're going to be that. And assembly director system. So you have those, and then over here, we need to search for the supercomputers. So we've got 54 of those, actually. That's more than I thought we did. Right, all of that's going up. I think it's time for us to set up a massive, absolutely gargantuan storage solution. So over here, we'll go right, all of this here. Now, let's go for logistics, and we're going for programmable splitter. So, you will take everything from organization, storage container here. And this will then feed out to a variety of splitters. So, first one will go here. This way will be anything that could possibly be plain old, like, constructor materials. So, right, this, and you will go to here, there and there. Over here, we'll go for the other end. So this is anything that is manufacturer. And then in the center here, we're going to have anything that needs to be assembled. So, right, those there. Programmable splitter. And you are going to go into here. So you go like this. You will go like this. And then you out here go like this. So you're going there. You will, oop, hang on, you're not a merger. Or you are a merger rather. You need to be a splitter. Hang on. Too far out. So conveyor splitter. And then we'll set these up. So conveyor splitter. New. There we go. And then we go here. Now, you, conveyor mark 5. Conveyor mark 5. Mark 5. So this here all. Whoop. You're going there. You go over to here, right? Connect these here, like this. You're going like this, and now you... Ooh, no. So you need to be a default, like this. Crap on a cracker. So, right. You go like that. You, on the other hand, go like this. You're going straight there. You go straight there. And then you will go default there. Oop. No. Dismantle. This like this. So, you go into here, and then you'll go into here. So you are going to be anything iron or copper. Iron ingot. Actually, maybe just... Yeah, screw it. You're not going to be a programmable splitter, you're just going to be a splitter. Why not? The conveyor splitter. Pop you here. We just want this to empty out our inventory. We don't care too much about all the rest. So you, over to this. And we're going to call this... the dump. And you will go into undefined, I guess. So, now blueprints, undefined, the dump. Let's pop this down somewhere. And then we'll just do what we can with it. So, over here. Lovely. We've got that. Now, we can at least get rid of those. So, toss all those out of the way. All those, this, these. Ethereum, we can upload that. Wire we can't do anything with. Coal we can't do anything with either. So up this here way. A lot of stuff here to get rid of. Rifle ammo. Screws for sure. Steel beams, yes. Let's get rid of them and those. Modular frames, we're going to hang on to those just in case. Now, over this here way, you've got loads of those, which is great. Now, 37 supercomputers, and that's going to be 74 more. That's going to bring us to 392. 392. That's going to bring us up to 400 when we do this here. Because that's 41, that's 82 more. And the adaptive control units are going to be a thing. So yes, we're doing good. These here, automated wiring, you're keeping going nice and flush. Over this way. Nothing to be done there. Cooling unit. Let's see. What have you got again? Oh yeah, you are producing just automated wiring. You don't have stators, do you? No, you don't. Are they going to be over here, maybe? Don't have them in there. Any stators? Nope, just a bunch of AI limiters. So land here. Alien technology, new. Need 100 and 500 for that. This here would be really easy to do, actually. Fire slugs, we need time crystals for that, so not just yet. Whoa. Excuse me. Big yawn. Right. Go for this. Plastic. These. Wire, iron rods. So let's set this up. Over this here way. And we want the plastic rid of. We want that. We want the iron rods. And we want the rubber. That's a load of crap we could get rid of. And we're on about 66,000 points per minute. Right, this adaptive control unit. We've got 50 of those. Right, so that's more being produced. We need 50 more supercomputers. I think. So right, adaptive control unit. We are now down to 50 for this here. So we've got 50. And our supercomputers are going to be the things we need. Wait. Yeah, okay, so we need 50 of those. And then we need cooling systems. Cooling systems, we've got 106 of these, and we can use those to make this. So, if we did 100 and 100, that'd be fine. Right, let's get ready to go over there. Pop this way. And now we're going over like this. It is so unnecessary, but I love it. Now we just keep on dropping down. Right, down. Keep dropping. Now, into here, we've got 100 rubber. Let's look at sink. Heat sinks. So, 100 of those is going to produce 100 of those. let's grab some of these sinks. We'll put 200 out there, and then we want 200 rubber. So 200 rubber from here. And then over here, we want those 200 of those. That's going to produce even more. So cooling systems, we are, how many are you making? 24 per minute. Over here, you've got loads of that. We need nitrogen gas, so let's get ourselves some aluminum ingots. Maybe, in fact, instead of that, let's not just do that. Let's do production, and let's do a smelter. So you here, you're going to produce this, right. You connect to where? Okay, you can connect to here. You're powered on. Pure aluminum ingot. Now, what we want to do is we want to sloop this. So this is going to sloop and produce 150 per minute. So, let's get the scrap. We've got 3 scrap. Wow. How are we so low on aluminum scrap? I think we're going to have to go up to where our bauxite refinery was. And we're going to have to hope and pray to the Almighty that we can bring back a whole pile of bauxite. Yep. That's going to be a big problem for us. Big, big problem. Well, at least we can go to fuel. Rocket. Okay, we don't have that uploading into the inventory for some reason. That's very strange. No dimensional depot for that. Right, let's bounce and slide our way over here. So, we're making our way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and we're homebound. Diddly diddly dee. Bounce, fly, do all of this silly nonsense. Just to make our way over to here. So, right. You are completely finished, right? Yes, you are. So, let's make stators. And we want steel pipes. Let's make 200 of these. So right, there is 300 of that. And then we need 800 wire. 1 and 2. Load this in here. So there's that, and that. You're going to make a ton of stators, which is going to be fine for us. We need to go over this way and get rid of some automated wiring. Right. You here. Feed these out with this. This should keep us going. 350. So have we got 25 supercomputers? Yes, we do. This is going to make a load of stators. And we only need, really, well, not even that full amount. Let's look for Tor. How many stators have we got? Right. We've got what we need for those. Grab these here. Right. Now here we can go for, where is it? OC supercomputers. So let's load those in, and then we've got the radio control units to grab a hold of. None there. Shame. This is the downside. Radio control units, we got 50. And there is 100. So, let's get those supercomputers at the ready. Over to you. Now, load those 50 in. And then we want those 50 going in too. That's going to be 200? No, 100 supercomputers. Which is good. So, automated wiring, I don't think we're going to need. So, to-do list, let's break this down. And now, what I do want to also have a look for, can I make, like, so that's a Caterium computer. It requires a rubber, and it requires circuit boards and quick wire. So if I had access to crude oil and could ship in quick wire, I could produce Caterium computers just using those two ingredients, crude oil and Caterium. Because what I need from the assembler over here is I need electrode circuit board, rubber, and petroleum coke. So those, pop them together, and that'll be fine. And then we're good. So particle enrichment, that's doing its little thing. All of this here, right. Let's try and upload a bunch of those. We are completely full on those, which sucks. So over here, let's grab the aluminum scrap. Now, let's see if we've got a whole pile of aluminum scrap up that way. Because if so, yay. Bounce, slide, jump, all of this here stuff to get us down. Landed like this, and now we can bounce, jump over this way, and we'll grab this. Okay, so. Lovely. Patcher's down. Grab this blue power slug. And we're up like this. So, maybe we should just build out the empty floors. How many do we need for this? Right, blueprint. We can build these out. Right, floor empty. So there's 1, 2. Okay, so we need a viewing floor that's going to be down here. So there's viewing. Floor empty. Okay. Pop these all down. And try to have it do as best as it can. So we're using up concrete and we're using up steel beams, but it's still fine. We'll set all of this up like this. Now over here we have the viewing platform. That'll look down below maybe. Nope, you know what? This here. Let's pop you down here. And here is where we'll put down the viewing floor. Pop that there, and we'll build these along like this. So, are we good? I think we are. This will be the basis for our big ol' oil rig, which, when you see it in place now, looks much, much better. I think we need not only a viewing floor, but we also need like an access floor that's going to allow you to go down. So over this here way, the drone's up here. Oh wait, yeah, hang on. Grab this stuff up here. Right, you're full of empty tanks. Let's take those. So now we've got these here. You're doing that, which is fine. Let's go over this way. Now you have mass-produced, dear God, how many? Let's load those in, and we'll just start collecting stacks. Over here, tons of those, but we would like, when the drone returns, we would like to have a lot of aluminum scrap. So up this here way, I think electrode scrap, we're going to have to set up some kind of production for it on the oil rig. So aluminum that we'll use for aluminum casings, etc. Electrode scrap, which will go into production of things. Maybe we also set up some copper refinement. So we take some copper ore, import it, and then use that. Might work. Right, this here, you are en route. Drone port Arlanda. And the drone is over there. That's uranium. Right, you're collecting all of that stuff. We've got 4, and 98 power slugs. That's a lot more than we want there to be. So right, for the oil rig, I think it's time we update certain things. So blueprints, offshore rig, let's change the shortcuts. So foundations, power, transport, production, logistics, walls, doorways, or no, walls, access. Okay, and now we'll see. Right, set that up. So, rig foundation. Let's dismantle this because we don't care too much about it. We should, however, have... Right, let's undo all of this. And we are going to set up something very nice for us. So this here, we want this to go up 3. You will go up like this, and then you'll go up like this. So that's 4. Now here, we go up 5. Okay, this is going too tall, but it'll make sense. It will. On top of the pillars, we're going to place these here. So now set this to the default mode. and into here. Right, you go there. And you will go here. Break this down. And we want the inverted frame ramp coming out from here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oop. Hang on, let's set that. Right, we do need you defaulted. Now we need the inverted frame ramp. And we're building these here, here, here. Here, here, and here. Then we do whoop, zip like this. And over here to do a zip like this. So this is our going to be support beams. So we have our support pillars. This is going to be our support beam. Nope. Frame. Yes. So we want this here. And we're going to set you up for this category, offshore rig, and we're popping you in there. So, okay. Now, foundation access, no. We don't want these here anymore. Fluid buffer, fluid silo, all of those things are a no. Floor viewing. Right, refinery floor, nope. Fluid silo, nope. This here, we've got support beams. And then we'll clear that out. Support beams are there. Foundations, concrete, we want these here. So let's go 10 up, 10 up, 10 up, like that. So this here, we're just maxing it out. Right, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Bring that down there. Vertical down 10. And then down 10 like this. Do we want to go for a rounded corner, maybe? No, I don't think we do want that. No. Quarter pipes we could do, but no. We're gonna have this here be our support pillar. And it uses a lot less, 567. You are going to be pillar. And you're like this. Fix it. Foundation primary. Offshore rig. Okay, right. Damn it. Need to move you then. So undefined support pillar. Pillar. Move you into there. So you're a support pillar. Right, power, floor empty, floor viewing, pipeline support. Maybe that pipeline thing should be updated a little bit. It looks so cool though. Being able to snap those and like move them along that grid. So over here, let's load the support pillar thing. So offshore rig. We want, where was it? Pipeline support. Let's go with these here. Now, this we want 1 and 2. Snap these out of the way. Lovely. Got this. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Now over to here. Same thing, 1 and 2. So, check this. Right, that's striated. Okay, darn you. Right? Yeah, okay. So we want that like that. No. So you here, dismantle. You're in need of dismantling. These here are both the wrong way around. Right, so you're like that. Wrong way. Ooh. You know what? We're not doing those. We're just doing architecture. Let's do the frame walls. So, 1 and 2. Whoop. This here. Lovely stuff. Build that there and that there. There and there. There and there. Now we can do this here. Don't worry about these three. Instead, we can just go for foundations. Let's break these down, and instead we're going to go for the inverted ramp. No, the plain old ramp. So, architecture, frame ramp, frame ramp, frame ramp, and frame ramp. And then, what we want here is... Should we do this kind of thing like this? Yes, I think we should. We're going to do these here, like that. And then we'll do frame foundations. So, we can zip these along like this. And now, what we want is logistics, pipeline support, and we're going here. We want another one, but we don't want the other one to just be right there. We want here, so that you're not technically clipping. So those have done that. Now over to here. We'll do the same thing. There. There. And there. And pipeline Mark II. These can now be snapped together. Oop. You can go like that. So these three pipelines. Pipeline support is going to be pretty cheap overall, actually. I like that. So, what we're going to do is we're going to also grab from here. We're going to grab a lot of that aluminum scrap that we just imported. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, we've got those. Import this as well. And we'll upload it. And in here, we've got even more. So we can take those 500, and that's going to become 500 aluminum casings. Nope, it's not. It's going to become 500, what do you call it? So this here, it looked cool before. It's going to look even better. So up this here way, let's keep bouncing along. Truck stations over there. We'll just going to use up our packaged turbo fuel while we wait for packaged rocket fuel to get swapped over to. Well, you don't actually have to swap over to it. It's just we want to use up, clear our inventory of the packaged turbo fuel first. So maybe, I wonder, do we want to do the ramp? Like, do we want to set the nitrogen from over there to go via the sea to our pipeline or to our oil rig? Because I think that could be pretty nifty. And then if we send... actually, no. We'll not send solid objects via it. We're not going to send, like, sulfur or anything, because that there can be done via drones. So over this here way. Right, we've got all of this. Keep bouncing, keep flying, do all of this. And now, we're getting over to here. And let's drop in. So, this here. Lot of fuel tanks. Wait, hang on. So that's 1,000 empty fluid tanks. In fact, that's even better than we expected. So this here, fused modular frame. We can go into this here, and we could make 6 per minute. You could use 3 per minute. Right, out of this here, we've got 250. So 250 times... Jeepers. Okay, so 250 times that is... We're going to need 12,500 aluminum casings. That's a lot. And it's going to give us 500 fused frames, but the thing is, that's also going to take us absolutely friggin' ages. You're going to make 6 per minute, but that won't matter. Because that 6 per minute, you're expanding God knows how many. Right, over here, let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is a few thousand of those. Over this way, and we'll get our several thousands ready. Whoop, bounce past those guys. And over to here. Now, this here, we've got 100 of those. So maybe we just take those out from there. You're going to produce lots of those, which will be fine in the end. Right, this... We got plenty to upload. So this packaged nitrogen gas, we can go ahead and load up all kinds of other stuff with it. We could unpackage it and be ready to make heat sinks or anything, except heat sinks we don't really have to worry much about. We can make tons of heat sinks. Our other thing we gotta watch out for is the cooling systems. So, up this here way. Jump and slide down here. Bounce like this, and how good are we going? Right, keep flying like this. We've got plenty to do. that's that part. We need to replace those tires with the support pillars. So these here, right, foundation pillar. Let's go to this here, support pillar. And we want this here. Holy Mary, Mother of God. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Okay, so that's a lot of concrete saved. And now, blueprints support beams. Right. This here, is it good? It appears to be. And now, blueprints. Floor empty. Welcome to our humble abode. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This here one, we can break this down. Over this way, grab this. So, support beams. We can pop you down here. So right, that is our support beam there. Then we're going to do 1. We want another here. 2, 3. And then 4. We can't do that 4 because it's going to overlap, right? Yes. But... maybe, in fact, we go 1, 2, 3, 4. So this here, we can get rid of this. And we can have this support beam go here. And then the support pillar. So, support pillar there. Right, support pillar. And we can actually, if we wanted, we could build like... Ooh, that's kind of cool. So if we build a support pillar there, we can build a viewing floor around that. So this here way, we're right here, but this could be part of the underflooring. That's not a bad idea. I don't mind that at all. Right. Keep on going over this way. Now, we want to grab these. So support beams. Let's pop you down here. Break these down. And support pillar. Whoop. Nope, not that way. We want it to go the other way. Drop you down below. And that'll be us good there. So maybe on top of these support pillars we could have some kind of thing, but what kind of thing is the question? Oh crap. Were you? Yep, you were the wrong thing. So, we've got those connected fine. We need a lot more. So maybe up here, in fact, we need certain things. Maybe we need multiple levels to it. So we could have one level. That'll be a big central platform thing. That's kind of cool looking as well, that. I think we need that. But first things first, we're going over this way because we got to check to see. Wait, no, we've got all the aluminum we could need. We need to go over this way, is what we're after. And over this way is where we'll be fine. So up like this. Keep on bouncing, jumping, sliding, all of this kind of noise. And right over like this. We're good here. And right, supercomputers. Per supercomputer. Let's take 50 of these, and then we should have these last things in here. So you're going to use 1.875 per minute. You are really close to being out of automated wiring. How many is that you've got? So we've got 60, so we need another 20 automated wiring systems. Right, recipes. This here. Right. Wait. We need another, yeah. We need another 40 of those, so we need another 20 of those. Let's look at automated wiring.
An ad break
Right,
has
swap
started
into
on
this
Twitch.
here. Automated wiring. We need those, so let's quickly look at TORs for stators. Really? Hang on. Okay, that's weird. I could have sworn we had set those to reduce, but apparently not. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. Automated wiring. Let's load the 51 of those in. Hang on. So we've got 50 of those. And then we need 1,000 cables. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So over to here. We'll load those in. And then we want those going in. This is going to produce what we need. And then we can start working towards particle enrichment. So fused frames, we're going to need a good few of them. We've got 70 already. So that's a healthy amount. Let's pop these in here. 70. Cooling systems. We can pop those in. Nice. Turbo motor. We can pop 50 of those in. Now we're just waiting on fused frames. So that's not bad at all. Right, over here, your particle enrichment. What are you gonna unlock for us? Select milestones, so that's plutonium, non-fissile uranium, nitric acid, copper powder. Okay, yeah, nuclear pasture. Pasture? Nuclear pasture. Yeah, that's gonna be a interesting one for us. So this here, let's quickly go for fused frame. We get 6 per minute. And we've got a lot being produced. So over to here, we can clean this up. The dump, right. Let's load offshore rig support pillar. And now what we kind of want is we kind of want something that's going to go up this
The ad
way.
break is over.
So right, concrete, we want, no, not those rounded corners. We want the up and down corners. Right, this here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, that is going to go there. You'll go there. You go like this. And then the other one, you'll go like this. So dismantle this. 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 And now we'll get rid of these as well. Right, set these to all get dismantled. And the Y will make sense soon enough. So these here, all dismantled. Now, we want foundations, and we want the ramp to go up. So you go like this, you go like this, you're going like this, and then you're going like this. And then you lot will go down like this. Vertical, 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 and vertical. So this here, it's almost a bit like a smokestack, but it's not quite. You will go like this. Nope. You go there. Might be easier to just zoop this across. Apparently not. Requires 4 moves to zoop it. Or requires 3 moves, ideally, to vertical it. So here we go. Hang on. Down 4, down 4, and then down 4. We don't have a triangle piece, do we? No, we don't. So this here, support pillar. 847 it costs now. That's a lot. Right, automated wiring. You can produce more of these. Oh wait, crap. Wiring. Automated wiring. So let's load those in. Those, that, and now these. Right? Yes. Okay. So it does require just more automated wiring. This here you're producing. So you're on 37. We need 74. So automated wiring, we gotta get those done. Let's bring you down to the last 10. Let's wait for this to be ready. 12.5 per minute. So 4 minutes time it's gonna be expended. Now, fused modular frames. Here we go. Particle enrichment is completed.
Milestone reached.
And now,
Project part number 9, nuclear pasta, can be created in the particle
this
accelerator.
we didn't want.
The accelerator
Now,
has vast and
bolted iron
fluctuating
player or
power
plutonium
demands,
fuel
depending
unit.
on the recipe, so we'll need careful integration
Plutonium
with your
fuel
factory.
unit. That
Fix it does
requires
not waste,
what?
so nuclear
In
waste
case
can be
plutonium
refined
cell
by the
and a
particle
pressure
accelerator into
conversion
plutonium
cube.
for reuse in the nuclear power plant. Fun fact. Fix-It
So,
psychologists
pressure
suggest
conversion
factory
cube.
designs reflect the minds of their creators
This,
in
you'll
unexpected
keep
ways.
producing those,
On an
but
unrelated
where
note,
is,
your
right, that there,
infrastructural choices
we need
have
a
been
fused modular
interesting.
frame, and then we need radio control units. So we'll have loads of those, we can produce a whole pile of that. Now, heat exchangers, do we maybe produce lots of that? Rotors, stators, motors. What to go for? OC supercomputers. Circuit boards aren't a bad idea to get. But we also need 250 of these. So, as soon as it tells me we've got all those ready to go, that is when we're gonna have certain points. So, builder. Ooh, helipad. You can't have an oil rig without a helipad. So, that is that. Now, a helipad. How should we do that? So, blueprints. Let's load the floor viewing. Floor empty. Now, up here, what we want is frame foundations. So, we don't want this to go too high up. And actually, we only really need the corners of it. So here's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, for a good helipad, we're going to need floors. Or do we go for a 2 meter? No, you know what? We're gonna go for a catwalk. So right, you're going up like this. And now we want a catwalk T-junction, I guess. We're gonna have a load of these. Whoop. Nope, not like that. This here, and this here. Now we go for the catwalk corner. We can zip this along, actually. Here is our catwalk corner again. T-junction, and we'll zip this. Now, we want catwalk corner there. This is going to be catwalk stairs. Let's build 2 down like this. And over here, we're going to take some of these T-junctions. We're going to extend them over like this. So, you'll go out to here, and then we're going to do the catwalk corner. And build that there. So now we do the catwalk T-junction here and here. The rest of these will be intersections. Whoop. So this is this bit. Right. Use it like that. Now, here we can go for transport and a drone port, maybe. Should this be where? So if we set this here, this could be set up like this. And this might be our drone port one. If we put that in there, let me quickly check. Can I put a floor hole on like catwalks? No, I can't. Not ideal. So this here. Ooh. I can't paint these, can I? Patterns. Nope. Can't paint on these. So they are almost inferior to, right, this here. Floor helipad. But I think when you see a helipad on an oil rig, it's usually not on a floor part. Right, okay, so we've got this here. You are going to be swapped over to pressure conversion cube, radio control units. So we've got 44 of those. Right, let's quickly go into here. We've got 50 of those. And let's grab fused modular frames. We can load those in like that. Hang on. So, we've got 25 of those. And that'll allow us to make all that we need for that. Over here, we can go for the wiring. And there we go. So, we're good on that front now. Wait, over here, to-do list, right. Now, what we need is recipes, thermal propulsion rocket. So, thermal propulsion rocket. This makes 2, so we need, right, that's going to make 4. We're going to need 62 sets of these then. 62 sets of these. So we're actually doing okay, in fact. Modular engines are going to be tricky to get, but I think we can do it. So we are going to need lots of smart plating. Once this has finished its thing, swapped over, we can put it onto smart plating. So we need rotors and we need reinforced iron plates. You're going to produce lots of pressure conversion cubes. You're going to make 50 of them, in fact, which is going to give us enough of those cubes that we can make 100 nuclear pastas. So over here we've got all of this. Right here, a lot of crap. Just a lot of crap. So this would be... yeah. Right, over this here. Wait, how many are you making per minute? How long are you going to be, in fact, is what I mean. So you're going to be about 10 minutes before you're completed. 10 minutes to be ready. So when the pod returns and it hits close to midnight, that's when we're basically done. 12.5, so we've got 2 minutes before that is rounded out. You're doing fine with those. Cooling systems. You can load a bunch of those in. So maybe that, in fact, is what we're going to go for. Let's go over to here and start mass producing aluminum casings. So this here, biomass, nope, no point going for that. You are going to swap to aluminum casings. And you are going to be aluminium ingots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, got those. Let's mass produce. Do the same thing here. And we should be fine. So this here, still got those going. Are you... not quite. We're getting there, but we're not quite. I think what we should do... right. Particle accelerator. Okay, this is going to require some pretty expensive stuff. Right, so if we pop this here, you can make plutonium pellets. Or, unfortunately, the nuclear pasta side of things. Let's do 4 of those. And you're probably going to then use 2,000 megawatts just for that. So swap you to this maybe. Right, non-fissile uranium and uranium waste. Okay, this is a damn shame. We're going to end up 1 short of our nuclear pasta. 1 short. So I guess we gotta load 4 of those in, and then we gotta go for more fused modular frames. So we've got that doing its thing. You're fine. Over here, you are no longer producing those, so let's get you making modular engines. And, right, maybe not? Thermal propulsion rockets. We could load some of those in already. No, we couldn't. We don't have any modular engines. So let's look for smart plating. We've got 100 of those. So that's 100 smart platings. How many do you use? 2. So that's going to give us 100 modular engines. And motors now. Wait, no. We're taking it from our junk pile over here. So, those. And now we want our rubbers landed here. Pop those into there. And rubber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's upload 500 of that back. And then we load this in. You should be fine now. You'll output to there. We can dismantle that. So this here crate, you're going to collect a whole bunch of stuff. Right, motors, rubber. So we've got 500 uploaded. Or 500 uploading. Now, rub for rubber. We're going to want 1, 2. Right, we want another 3 stack. Right, hang on. So there's that. There's another 800-ish. Right, so that is another 800. Let's load it in. And then, because it's doubled up, we should be able to get our rubber up now. There we go. That will be us. 1,500 rubber. Which is going to make a lot of these. So that's actually going to make only 100, but still. You know what we're after. Thermal propulsion rocket, right. Right, what to do here? So you're depotted. Okay, I think what we gotta do is we also gotta do a lot of copper ingots getting converted into copper powder. So if we go over to here, let's load the blueprint for production, smelter array, right, copper wire. If you are copper powder, you're going to use 300 per minute. So that 300 per minute, let's load a smelter bay. Copper smelter bay. And instead, what you're going to do is 2 of you are going to get dismantled. and you are going to be our copper output. So you dismantle this and dismantle this. These here will go here and here, and they will feed in to this right here. So you go like this, and now we want this. So you go like this default. You're going in like this, and then you go like this. So you are going to produce 300 copper per minute. 300 copper per minute. Copper powder. Wait, no, you're actually only going to produce how much? 50 per minute. So that's going to take 4 minutes to be able to mass produce, or to produce a single nuclear pasta. That's not a great ratio, to be honest. So you, what rate are you? 120 per minute. If we doubled you up 2.5, you would be 300 per minute. So I think that's what we do for that. We set it up. You're not going there. Instead, we want you going blueprints, productions, and where is copper powder? Right, copper powder. So let's pop this down here, I guess. Hang on, you will upgrade to this. We're missing encased industrial beams. Damn you to hell. Right. Modular fused frames, fine. Encased industrial beams. Let's load in how much? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, concrete. This is going to be 3,000. So if we've got 3,000 of that, what we need is 1,500 of the steel beams. So there's those. Let's quickly upload this. Get the concrete out of our inventory as well. Rotors, stators, fused frames, all of these kinds of things. Oop. Okay, you're doing your thing fine. Now, while that does that, we're going to go deliver a whole bunch more fused frames from here. Not fused frames. We want the casings for this. And we're going to go deliver it over to the train station there. So casings are going to be our limiter. I think maybe we need copper and what do you call it going into an array together. Copper and aluminum going into things that are going to mass produce both aluminum casings, but also aluminum alclad sheets. So now, down here, lovely. Okay, so you here, load those in. And we've got more of those to come. So, let it do its thing. Over to here, we could go as well. Yeah, maybe this here, instead of you going in like that, you are going to feed around to here. So you go default there. And you are no longer on that kind of duty. Instead, you're on this one for casings. So, let's grab this scrap and start the production. So this is gonna make loads of these, 225. So 225 to 300, that's gonna make about 750. Well no, we'll say about 600 before it's out. But yeah, let's keep it doing as modular frames. And we, on the other hand, will go back to our base and get ready to save. So let's go up this way. And I'm trying to think what color we're going to make our oil rig. It's going to be tricky to know. I think maybe the walls we're going to do as our standard iron plate kind of things. So that it's a big, giant orange tower. So up this here way. Right, into here. Clear this out. Did I set this up, actually? Yeah, you're not powered by anything. That was stupid of me. So you go around to here. You're going to output all of that. And then we want this connected to here. So you'll produce a whole pile of that. We want the encased industrial beams. Wait, we can just upgrade without it. Right, so that'll be fine there. You're gonna output 300 per minute. So that does that, and then you are gonna produce a whole pile of this copper powder. Let's go organization, and we want to put some there. Then we want a dimensional depot right there too. So you go into here, and you will feed in from here. So copper powder is being mass produced. We've got modular engines being made up. You're using 5 per minute. So these here we can upload into our thing. Get rid of those. And these. This can go. Let's quickly make our walls. Right, so we need more steel beams. 1, 2, 3. And what we want is to upload 100 of those. So that we can load the other ones in like that. This here, you'll be fine in time. So over to this, we're going to go alien technology. Nope, we're looking at the hard drive library. And what we want is, where is it? It's not the leached, it's not the electric motor, not the radio control system. Right, instant scrap. What is that? Coal, sulfuric acid, water, and aluminum, or like bauxite. That might just be something worthwhile to produce that. 150, so that doubles the output essentially. Right, where is our automated miner? Did we already grab that as a thing? Automated miner. Here it is. So this we're going to produce a load of as well. Now over to here. Automated miner time. There we go. We're going to fire 200 of those in. And then we also want 200 iron plates. So over to here. Your iron rods. Your iron plates. And let's set it up. So this here. This is going to get 100 portable miners. And we're just waiting for that to sort of flood out. Modular engine should be on like 66 maybe. God, I'm good with numbers. So right, this here way, get that out of the way. And now, time to set up the basic walls. So maybe we just do basic walls like this. So you'll be our basic wall, 5x2. What if we change the colors? So fix it foundation. Okay, that's a no. Fix it factory. Maybe if we change this. Okay, so that allows us to change that. Foundation primary. That's... We don't want it to be a dark one. Let's go for concrete primary maybe. Foundation primary, and then we want you. We'll set you to 85 and 0.4. So this here way. What does that make our factory look like now? Kind of cool, actually. Kind of very cool. So, this here, oil rig wall. Oil rig wall. And you are just going to be wall. Basic wall, like that. Lovely stuff. Now, we don't mind oil rig windows either. So this here way, we'll do, let's see, reinforced windows. If we go for this here, whoop, not ideal. Materials, fix it wall. So these are like that. Don't like them. Right, reinforced wall. We could do panel windows maybe. We'll do these here as panel windows. Oil rig window. Window. So this here, we're going to change to window. You're going to go like this. Now, just realized both of those have gone into the undefined. We don't want that. We want those going into walls. So oil rig wall, oil rig window. Well, let's search for panel instead. There we go. Now we can do window entry. So should we do a corner? Yeah, let's do windowed entry. So this here we can set like this. Lovely. Now this way, door opens nicely. It'll look very cool. It will. So in the meantime, we've got those there things going like that. Turbo motors, what do I need to make those? Right, up here you're making these from 88 out of 100. So, right, you're doing that. We've got you making loads of encased beams. How far in are you? You're about a third of the way. We've got this and this. I think it's time for us to start setting up certain aspects of the oil rig. We're going to build up the walls. But we also need to replace some of those foundation bits. So over to here. And we'll break this down. So we can also actually extend this over here as I think of it. Dismantle that. And support pillar. So you will build that there. How much better does this look? Pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. So there's those out of the way. Right, you support beams. And you will go there. I hope, wait, hang on. We're not going to risk that just yet. Right, this here, we've got 3,466. Let's get this dismantled. Now, maybe we need certain of these things to have a little bit of separation between them. Right, so you support beams. Whoop. You dismantle that. We're going to go over here and dismantle this. So this is possibly going to turn into our mega structure. Oh no. Wrong thing. Support pillar. So we want to drop down here. A little bit like Metal Gear Solid 2. Okay, crap. Oh, thank God. We're at least close enough to land. Right, you. Support pillar goes there. Now we want a floor empty here. I think we should have this here connect to another one over a little bit this way. So let's do 1, 2, 3. And then we'll pop you down here as numero 4. These we want to have connected via a walkway. Support beams. So you are going to be here, 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 and then yeah, so you'll be like a 6-panel like this. So architecture, nope, blueprints. What we want is oil rig walls set up on these. So this here Very interesting. Right, half nudge in like this. Okay. So we can do this here. And then we'll do an oil rig windowed thing. So right here, we can do this. This is the windowed entry. And this, the reason this will be an entryway like this, is so that it allows us to see what all is going on out there. Right. So you could be like this. Yes. Okay, good. And now you, blueprint, we could snap this here. This can be just a generic sort of storage area, but I think we do need to have this lead up to a helipad. And the helipad, I think, is going to be not just a helipad, but instead you're going to be where we put the hub from now on. So the hub will be on top of this here. Let's dismantle all of this actually, because I want this to be a single standalone point. Right, you go here, here, and then here. We'll dismantle all of these. Well, not all of them. We'll dismantle those bits, because up here, you're going to be our one and only. So, support beams. Let's put those underneath. Then support pillar. Pop that down there. And now up here we can go. So this area will be almost like a mess hall kind of thing. Blueprints. Let's go for oil rig window. So, okay, hang on. Right, so the entryway is where it goes here. And then we want another one to go up here. Let's just do an oil rig window here. And then do the same thing here. Right, in and up to like that. Now, let's do the same thing. Bring you up a bunch. So this area... Ooh. Idea. Idea, idea, idea. We could have this be full of storage crates. So let's get that ready. Now, thermal propulsion rocket. What we want to do is we want to set up some of those cooling systems, fused modular frames, all of that kind of jazz. We're going to set up as much of that as we can to start producing those. So you, over here, you are fine. We're taking all of this back. And this, now swapping this over to that. So, modular engine and turbo motor, and fused modular frame. So these here, now, fused modular frame, we've got those. Cool for cooling system, because it's cool to be cool. Right, so in here we've got that. Load those and these. Now, in here, we can load those and all of those. We should go over to here. And Awesome Sync, we're going to take the coupons that we've got. You know what? We're just going to print the ones that are in here. We've got 4 of them. Now, we wait for this. So, management. Nope. Right, basic shelf unit, hazard box, and medical box. Okay. So we need 1 more coupon. I think I know how we get that coupon. I think I have an idea. So, alien remains. Dear God Almighty. Hog protein. We're going to load all of that in. So let's do this here. Right. You are going to go down like this. Hog. Hatcher. Stinger. And then Spitter, I think. So that's going to produce crap tons of alien protein. You're using 50 per minute, and you're going to make hundreds. So over here, let's go for DN, for alien DNA capsule. And we're taking 200 of these and firing them out to there. So, this is what we get for that. Now, this here way, lovely. And into here, we can set up a little storage closet. So this here, close that out. Now what we want is organization. We're going to set up a multitude of these here. So, there's 1, 2. Right, 1, 2. Right, okay, yeah, you go in like that. Let's try this and see if we leave 1 gap between. Nope, doesn't work like that. So, we can dismantle these. Let's look at these here, and let's do 2 by 2. If we do 3 by 3, we can then do 2 by 2. Now, over this here way, we'll do the same sort of thing. We're using tons of all of this kind of stuff. Can we, like, zoop these? We can, kind of. So you snap these over like this. You're gonna snap like that. And then we want 3. Then we want 3. I'm really sorry to have to do this. Please leave. I always feel bad hitting those guys. They're so friendly. Please don't be stuck. I think it is. Okay, please don't continue to be stuck. That's just silly. Right, so this here way, we've got these like this. We're building these out, and we're using a lot of resources to do so. Actually, we're not using that much resources. Let's grab these. I'm sorry, buddy. So now, these here, We'll go like this. Now. So, this here way, we're going to zip it across like this. These will do the same. And these will do the same. So, this area, we're going to have to sort of section it into little bits. Actually, no, you know what? Let's rejig this whole thing. So, over here, we've got these, right. You're dismantled like this. Get these out of the way. Now, let's set this here. So, dismantle all of these. And we want to set up storage for it. So, now, into here, personal storage box, we're going to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Now, in these here, we want to build the shelf stacking like this. So that we can go label sign and right, hang on. Why will you not snap onto that? Can you not snap there? Right, that's just zip. Like no zipping there. Portrait sign. Square sign 1 meter. So maybe, I guess we have to go like this. This is going to require... Right. Square sign 1 meter. I guess we build that here. This here. Okay, that's not going to work at all. How do we do this? Right, let's do walls, maybe? So let's pop this here. This, and this. So over here, let's do this and this. So, right, that and that and that. Now, this here, right. Can it be done now? So, organization, label sign. Yes, it can. Whoop. So this, oh crap. Right, label sign is cheap and easy to produce. Square sign, less so. Ooh, square sign. Now, this here way. We do still kind of want to have something like this. Right, okay, so 3 is going to be too tall. We're going to have to dismantle these here. That and this. So you go like that. We're gonna pop these across to here, maybe? No, not just yet. Hang on. Let's pop this down here. Okay, maybe this just becomes a 4-meter wall. So, 4-meter wall. You will break down these. Set this like this. And now we want to customize this so that it's this kind of a wall. Now, square sign, 0.5 meters. So, we can pop this here, 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 and here. We'll go up like this. And, yeah, right. Hang on. There. And there. Dismantle this and this. So, you are going to be iron ore. So you iron ore. Nope. Iron ore. And the layout is going to be
An ad break
this.
has started on Twitch.
So you're just like that. You are going to be copper ore. Copper ore. Like this. Confirm. You are going to be limestone. Limestone. And this here. Caterium. Oh, hang on. This here, after Caterium, what else is there? Coal. Coal. Lovely. Oop. Bauxite. Nope. Sulfur. Set this like that. You are going to be that layout. And you're going to be quartz. Oop. Quartz like this. Quartz bauxite. Hang on. Right? Yeah. And now like that. So let me quickly check. So iron, copper, limestone, caterium, SAM, quartz, sulfur, coal, and bauxite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we've technically got 9 that we have to work with there. And this here, you're going to be parts, you're going to be bauxite. Wait, hang on. You're going to be SAM. SAM. And like this. Now I dismantle this. And these. These here ways, we want to do the opposite thing. So if these were going that way, we want to zip these across like this. And zip these like that. And then
The ad break is over.
we want to zip these like this. So this here way, we can be like, hey, what's in there? And then we'll have the ingots over there. So yeah, let's do that there. Let's set these up for ingot, 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 ingot. All of these here, we're gonna have much more to do with. So you half nudge down, half nudge down, half nudge down, half nudge down, 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 up, 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 up. Jesus, I sound like bloody Quidditch practice or something. Up, up. Right. Or, no. Instead of or, you're going to be ingot. Iron. Parts, you're going to be copper. Caterium. Caterium ingot is where? Here. You will be concrete. Parts, concrete. Now, coal. You'll be steel. So, steel ingot. Compacted coal. No. Aluminum. Reanimated SAM, maybe? Reanimated SAM. Down here we'll go for aluminum scrap. There is the scrap. And where is the ingot? There's the ingot. Up here, you're going to be compacted coal. So that's compacted coal. Black powder. Nope. Not black powder. We're going to skip out on that. Compacted coal, because we're going to put the powders down in here. So pi for powder. And smokeless. So pi for powder. Reanimated SAM. Okay, so that there we've got sulfur leads into all of those things. Steel, solid steel. I think that's all of the basic things we might make with those. Right. Let's quickly look this way. I think it is. Yep. That's all that there would be for those. So let's quickly save these little bits. Dismantle them. Right, so this is our storage room. And this here, you're going to be storage crate there, and you are going to be, let's load this. Now, this here, storage room, we'll move you onto the oil rig, and we'll put you in logistics maybe? Yeah, I think that'll work. So, we've got a lot of work to do with it, but still, that's something. Let's go and quickly fire these all in. So these, we've got 32 already completed. 32 of those. Now, this here, we need copper powder and pressure conversion cubes. Let's link this up to here. Copper powder and pressure conversion cubes. So, up this here way. Copper powder, however much we've got here, which is not going to be a lot. It's definitely not. So, up this way. Find some land. Okay, so. Powder. Copper powder. We've got 1,500 right now. And pressure conversion cubes. Let's grab these. We've got 54. So, we can load those in at least. Can hear the sound it's making. Now, you are going to go into here. That's Mark 5 like that. So, you're going to use 500 megawatts. Oh god. I just realized that's going to go up to 6,000 megawatts usage. That is capable of blowing our power grid. I think that will actually blow our power grid. That's dangerous. So, over this here, right? Let's see. We're gonna try and set these up. So, grab that, and now. We want to go over here. You'll go like that. You go like this. So these here, whoop. Did it work? Okay. We're just idiots, was all. So that's that dismantled. This here dismantled. Now, we can keep building these out. And across here, we could do walls. And we could do one that just goes like this. No, we shouldn't. Right. Has it been 2 minutes? Has it completed its summer slipping? $6,000 megawatts. What the actual frickin' frack? Look at that. That is not right. Right, this here, you're going to go in like this. So let's bring you down to this here, 50%. And see what that does fire-wise. Please God, let this work. Right, if we do 25%. God, I hope this works. 0.25 per minute. That'll mean every 4 minutes it produces, or no, every 8 minutes it produces 2. That's where we really have to be a little bit more careful. So this, you're now using 6,000 megawatts. Will it work? See this drop down? Okay. Power is back down. So, 960. That's much better. I can work on 960. We are now recharging. And right, over here, turbo motors. We need more turbo motors. So, turbo motor time. We'll need cooling systems, motors, radio control units, and other things. So, radio connection unit. Let's go for a bunch of these here. We've got 200 of these, so here's 100 and 200 loaded in. So 200, 1200 and 400. So, yeah, my eyes a little bit stinging. Okay. So, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got those in there. And we also need the heat sinks. So here, you're completed with those. Let's put you onto heat exchangers. You'll make 50 per minute. So, this here takes 3 to make 2. So 750. Let's get 750 casings, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, this here way, we can go, there's 150. And then we want another bunch in there. So that's fine with all of those. This is working fine. We can lift that out and these. Now, 2 nuclear pastas. It's not much, but it's something. It says here you're producing those. Sinks. Let's grab some of those. So we've got 79 there. You're going to make 50 per minute. Right, so that's 100 of those. We can at least combine them together so that we have 119. We'll upload those 19 back in. But for these here, we'll load those in. And that's going to be 50 radio control units. But 200 times... Or no, 200 will become 200 actually. So we're fine with that. Right. Meantime, it's time for us to save and wrap it up there. So, that is us for now. Time to end soon. And we will be back on tomorrow evening where we are going to do something that's not satisfactory. That is true. So, till then, have a good one, and I will see yous tomorrow.